Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam, you other Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on a hot new project that I couldn't hold the floodgates back any longer. I picked it up yesterday while sitting on my computer after receiving an email from Google that my previous Android project Arrowbound will be taken off the Google Play Store if I don't update it. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. New project coming up. Before we do that, I want to say a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in the chat already. Claire the Apocalypse, Chardal, Javine, Neem Gamchi. We've got Zoranak, Swizz is here. 60 months. Congrats and thank you so much for your subscription. It deserves being celebrated twice. Let's be real. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Let me see if I can. I don't like the fact that my mic, the bottom of my mic, is being shown off the top. There we go. Yeah, big welcome and thank you to everybody who has followed and subbed. And for those of you lurking on YouTube, I see you. So, Virtue versus Vice, thank you so much for the sub. Let's talk about the new project. This is something that I think I've resolved that I will do like once a week, maybe a stream a week or less, once every couple of weeks, or just in like off hours. This is essentially the spiritual / literal sequel to Arrowbound. This is what I'm calling /core, and it is a two-person, at least 2 or more, 2 to 4 player fighting game. It's a local fighting game using the mechanics from Arrowbound, which was originally a spin-off of a game jam game that I made called Remember Apollo. So that was very story-based single player. Arrowbound was kind of like a single player rage game, and now we're going into fighting game. So before we go too deep on the new concept, I wanted to just like quickly pick up something that we did on stream like a year ago. The last time I got this notification from Google that my game was going to get taken down, I like quickly spun up an update to Arrowbound that I didn't push, I think. And that update included like an infinite mode. So this is like a mode for the game where you're just seeing if you can get a high score, trying to, the platforms get smaller as you go, you get given random jumps you have to achieve, and you're just trying to not fall. So you're kind of going up, sometimes going down, just trying to, if you notice what I'm doing here, I'm clicking and dragging the opposite direction, and then, oh, I missed. There's a bit of a slowdown when you almost missed that I added last night. So these game concepts tend to be more like, this is like me exploring game feel a little bit more, whereas Insignia is more, holistic storytelling, action, quests and inventory and all the rest of it. This is more like lightweight. So today I want to be able to see if I can essentially collapse this project out into a secondary version. I don't know if that requires forking the entire repo. Maybe it does. Or if I treat both of these projects as like the same project. I'm not really sure. For today, maybe what I'll do is I will, it kind of deserves its own new repo, doesn't it? Can I clone a repo? Maybe I can do that with a new name, maybe. Just fork the entire game. I'm not sure. I don't really know. Do people do that? Do people like release multiple games in the same Unity project? I suppose there's no reason why you couldn't do that. I'm just thinking about like core modules in the technology, like the slingshot mechanic, you know, if I'm continuing development of one game, why not also continue development of the other game in the same project? That's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever done that before. But I mean, all right. For now, let's just keep it in the same. And I'll keep using the repo as I have been. And as soon as I get to a point where I want to branch off, I'll spin off that commit into its own main on a new repo. So let's look at what Arrowbound is right now. So for those of you who don't know what my Android game is, this is Arrowbound. I made this in 2020. It's very loud. And yeah, it's a mobile game. You play it by clicking and dragging on the screen like this to navigate up these levels. They're kind of like Jump King style, a bit ragey. You get currency as you play, and the currency lets you buy stuff from the shop, which makes your life a little bit easier. There's a merchant who you can buy things with. And they cost trinkets. It's just trinkets that you collect. So he collects trinkets. You give him trinkets. He gives you upgrades. So pretty straightforward. And the game has multiple like worlds. So as you go through the game, you unlock different towers, and they're different levels. So different skins of different levels. And I made this in like 3 or 4 months. Back in 2020. Okay. So that's Arrowbound. And Slash Core is a take on that, where we have 2 characters fighting each other. So instead of one person flicking, it's 2 people, and they're flinging at each other, trying to knock each other off the map. So I don't have like a plan for what we do today, other than see if we can. So I've called it, it's a project name. It's not like the name of the game, but slash, like / core, which is like CORPS or CORE. It's kind of a play. Is this the part of what birthed the jump and word game? Slash whore? No, I don't think that's what it's called. Jump and word game. I don't know what, like Jump King, Jump something else? I'm not sure. So anyway, let's make a new scene, and let's just see which aspects of the game we can kind of create or like keep and split out. So let's go. Have we got a scenes? We do. Okay. Let's do. Make an empty scene and call it / core, like that. Let's call it corpse / core. Okay, so this is / core. We have a orthographic camera of 1.8. I'm going to try. And then the idea is that the gameplay will take place kind of in a square. That's how I think about it. So let's see if we can bring in, if I just go to like the infinite level, which has probably the minimum amount of stuff in it, I might be able to just copy everything. Let's start with this one, actually. Let's delete this. Let's start with this. Let's take, we don't need score label. We have Apollo camera, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Hey, Lone Coin, welcome. That game you made for a contest or something that was wispy and sentence-based. Wispy and sentence-based? I made a game for a contest called Remember Apollo that was kind of wispy. That was the first game. That's what all of this is based on. Hey, Vlong. We're working on a new project. A local fighting game that requires just an analog stick to use. And it's going to be a spin-off of my mobile game, Arrowbound. So this Apollo camera, is it good enough that I can... Oh, that's a lot of interesting dots. That I can take this off completely. Like, that would be cool. And then let's say I put in like a main camera. So like create empty camera, make it main camera, put a camera on it, make it base orthographic 1.8 and see if that just works. Okay, doesn't look like it works. We need to make its position -10. Okay, so far so good, but some broken stuff, that's okay. You could play it 2 players on 1 controller. The idea is that you could play 2 players on 1 phone as well. So like this is like the touchpad area. So like I'm holding the phone on this side and you're holding the phone on this side and we're both fighting. That was another idea I had. But yeah, one analog controller could work as well. I don't know if we're gonna need buttons though. That's the only thing. In my brain, the minimum device is like a Joy-Con on a Nintendo Switch. That's like the minimum thing. So let's have a look. Okay, this is fine. We don't actually need this bullet time script in this scene. We probably don't need the infinite game manager, but let's just see what happens. Can't seem to drag, that's a concern. Archer start, engine input pointed down. So input here must live on the camera. Let's have a look. Infinite camera controller. Okay, that's all camera controller stuff. Event system, that's probably important. Audio listener, light camera, absolute camera, outline camera, that's too many cameras. Input capture, I see. So if I turn this on, new project, that's right. Turn this on and then I don't like this, the skin, the border frame. Let's take that away. Okay, technically still working. Let's take this camera away. Okay. If I turn this off and turn it back on, I don't know why we can sort of see things and sort of not. Where is the camera? Okay, where is my character? There, but invisible. Let's try again. In fact, let's take this, delete it. Let's go infinite, copy, paste. Call this slash. Cool. Hey, hey. Not quite a game jam, but I'm going to treat it sort of like one. Gosh, I keep doing that. There we go. Okay, so that's fine. Let's take the camera and the border away. I take the border away. Does it still work? Yes. Okay, so I think immediately we're going to have some problems here. Maybe what I'll do is create a branch and call it /core. Stash and reapply the changes. And then we want to do things like change the render texture. So all these render textures are 180 by 320, but I want to make them like 1 by 1. So maybe it's 320 by 320, or let's think about how we want this to work. In fact, why don't we go to Sprite and do a bit of a concept here. If we take 640 by 360, or I suppose it'd be a 180 by 180 window inside of a 320 by 180. If that's the size of the game at 1080p, then the gameplay window is going to be 180 by 180. Like that. And then this is going to be 70 by 70. So maybe I'll just work with that, 180 by 180. So 180 by 180. Same thing here. Same thing, same thing, same thing. And then on the camera, there's going to be a render texture and then a quad. And the quads need to also be 3.2, 1.8. If we go in here, so the camera projection is not 1.6, it's 1.8 divided by 2, 0.9. And then these go this become 1.8. So running the game, not a bad start, but not totally happy with this yet. Game system, trajectory mapper. How did I get this background? Where'd you come from? Square, okay. So 3.2, 1.8. That gets us the sky at 0. Okay. But why then is the game camera so wide? Still 1.8. It should be the same as we keep it. So let's go back to camera controller. Where do we use 1.8? F. Screen size. Looks like it. Yeah, okay. So screen size should be something that's global. Which means we go maybe like game. Now, actually, we probably need like a new, different game like engine script. So I have a thing called game system and game engine. Both of them probably should just get out of here. I think both of them are wrong. Because this game system is designed to get you around a bunch of levels that don't exist anymore. And yeah, I can feel very quickly you're about to diverge. Hey, Elzak, how's it going? Very quickly, we're going to diverge from like what Arrowbound is, but we might need to be able to salvage it. So instead of deleting them, I think what I'll do is just remove all the parts that I think that I would expect to need just for Arrowbound's sake. So the scene references here can probably just go. Game system is fine. Next scene is probably okay. Okay. One sec. Probably don't need that. Audio clip mixer, we can use that. Audio source can use that. Data library might have to go, but I think that'll break some stuff if we do it now. Apollo.world, current world, probably don't need that. There's a bunch of stuff that just broke. Okay. Yo. The scene switcher, I think, is a thing that fades between the levels. I suppose we don't need that. Load tutorial scene, don't need that. Is editor. No, we don't need that anymore. I had a level editor at one point inside of the game. Okay. New project is a local multiplayer fighting game. Sort of like Smash Brothers using the mechanics of Arrowbound. It looks roughly like Towerfall, if you can imagine Towerfall, but you fling the characters with the analog stick by pulling back on the stick and letting go. That's the kind of idea. And they mostly look sort of like this, I imagine them looking. Not the Ludwig cat game. No, I don't think so. I think that would be, I might steal some scripts from that. Things like the camera, zooming in and out, stuff like that. But for now, I'm just going to see what we can get away with like this. So, I mean, if I press play, oh, okay, that worked just fine. I deleted a ton of stuff and that was no big deal. Although, did I have hot reload on? Yeah, I did. Okay, sweet. Wait, do I need to properly do a proper reload? Scoot was amazing. I'd love to go make something new about Scoot. Okay, no compile errors. Wait, here we go. I was waiting for them. Now, it's not really about Infinite Game Scene Manager, right? I don't even think I want that right now. We could just delete that. But then it's not going to work, so actually I probably need to delete the whole script. And then game system doesn't have anything for editor. What is this? Screenwriter. Okay. I'm trying to think like, is it better to make a new game, a new project from scratch using only the amount that we needed from Arrowbound and building up, or repurposing? I don't know if repurposing is straightforward. At the very least, there are like a bunch of scripts that I don't, like dependency scripts that I don't want to have to update, and also probably don't want to have to delete either. I mean, maybe like Screenwriter just goes away. What is this? Raven tutorial. I don't think I need that. Oh, the Screenwriter is for... Well, we don't need the Raven tutorial either because that's not even going to be here. So let's just delete that. How many things are going to break? How many dependencies are we going to have to delete? Editor toolbar, that's gone. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's just delete the branch. I mean, I am a better programmer, but there was a lot of good stuff in that project. Like, it's not about could I do it better? It's about like, is it worth, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the stuff in the project is good stuff that I don't need to delete, even if it's not perfect. In fact, even if I still want to be copying and pasting a bunch of stuff over, even if I do start a brand new project from scratch. Like so much about how the game works, I think, is already like solved. Like the fact that I'm using, I'm not using Unity physics to drive the movement. Like the character moves on a simulated physics thing. So the positions are, well, I don't know if that's going to be too restrictive. This is so hard. Because it's already so, like, good. When I deleted all that, and I go back to here, how come... this is a different screen. Like, there's already so much that's good. Is it really not better to just... work with what's already there? All the VFX and there's so much here. The input manager is great. It's tough. I suppose we could like evaluate what works and what doesn't work. Yeah, I think we try that. New project, copy everything we need over, but only what we need. So, okay, let's do that then. Let's go bring this over here. Let's go here. Hey, Squiggy, how's it going? Have I got a project for this? If I go to GitHub desktop. Hey, Diamond. I think I do have a file clone repo. I think I have something for this already. Okay. And is this a Unity project or is this a Godot project? That's the hardest part. Assets, characters, input actions, physics. That looks like an empty Unity project. So we've got to find GitHub desktop now. How do we do this? C drive, users, Atom, GitHub desktop is probably somewhere here. No? Okay, then what about we do this? Show an Explorer. Oh, it's just documents. Cool, that's good. Cool. Okay. Well, Godot is too much of a stretch. It's too far away. So, file, add project from disk. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Project is not valid. Okay, it's good to know. Do I have to pull? This looks like a project. Ah, there it is. Cool. I'd like to use Godot, but if I want to release it on like Nintendo, I think it's going to be harder to do that. I think sticking with Unity for now and using what I know will help me make the game faster. I think making a game in a new engine would be a great learning experience, but I don't think it's going to be, it's not going to be worth it to release a thing, which I actually do want to release this. I know how to release Unity games on Android. I'd like to try Apple if I'm lucky. And it would be really cool to test out a Switch release, even if it's just to muck around with the software dev kit. I don't know if this project, it's kind of like, what's the word? It's not like, let's stop everything and make this. It's, hey, let's spend like a day every so often on this thing and see if it's fun first. And if it's got legs, you know, it can be something that we're cooking along with. If there are times with Insignia where I'm having to wait or can't make immediate progress or just need a bit of a break, I just want a different thing I can put energy into as well. I don't know why this is taking so long to compile. What did we do wrong here? Yeah, I have so much stuff in Unity that I want to use. This game could be like a single scene game. It doesn't have to be, you know, a big project. I really just want it to be like title screen, pick a fighter, play kind of thing, almost at that level. All right, so let's start from scratch here then. 0.9 for the camera to start, but we might end up at 1.8 like I'm used to. Scenes, sample scene, don't save that. I think I already had something here kind of technically working where, yeah. So, ta-da, I have our thing. And I did have like, I mean, it's so simple what this is, but let's have a look. Position equals transform position minus drag factor and then velocity. I think if I take that away, this was, I was like teleporting forward. Yeah, so that's what I got to start. There are a couple things I want to think about here, such as, is it possible to have two Arrowbound characters playing at the same time? So let's think about how we could bring over Arrowbound, Apollo from Arrowbound. What is Unity Plastic DLL meta? Is that Hot Reload getting upset? Get out of the package manager. Get out of here. So it's controller based. The mouse is not going to be your only. You're not going to use mouse on desktop. Get out of here. Oh, is visual scripting here as well? It used to be called Bolt, but I don't think it's in here anymore. What's it called? I don't think it's in here. I think because this is Unity 2022, so it might not be in this one. Ah, this one is here. Let's remove that. Yeah, I'm supposed to be looking at packages in project. Did I give up on Insignia? No. No. It's just a side project. Gosh, imagine that. I feel like I would just crumble as a human being if I gave up on Insignia. That's crazy. No. All right. So in every level we have T prefab archer. Why is that not here? It's here. What is it called? Apollo prefab is now called archer. Can you copy a component? Like, can I copy this and paste it here? I didn't think so. Can I click and drag it across? What? How much stuff actually comes with it though? A bunch of missing scripts. Okay. Nah, it won't. I don't think it's going to work because it doesn't have all the other stuff that it's missing. But if I bring the scripts over, will that work? Is there a way to like export package if you take all the dependencies? Yeah. We're on the same page. That's a lot of stuff. Okay. But I want all the scripts. I'm building a side project and I want to pull stuff over to a new project from an old project that was like, I'm basically forking a game into a different game. Are the scripts not part of the dependencies? Oh, well, that's quite straightforward if it's just that. But like, okay, it seems to understand what it needs. What about like, it's got the bow. Does it have the trail, the what's it called? Trajectory mapper? Like, I don't know how it doesn't need that. It's got archer. But like, if I go, let's just say, for example, archer. Has this dependency on trajectory mapper. .compute trajectory, right? That's inside of this archer class. So my question is, why shouldn't trajectory mapper be in this list? I mean, maybe it is, but I'm not seeing it. Hey, Elzak. Like, this is the scripts that this class has, but not the scripts that the scripts need. So I think that's what all scripts is. Do you know what I mean? Like, the dependencies of the scripts. In which case, it's like a lot of the scripts in the game because I didn't... Oh, but I don't want, like, the logger scripts. That's all. That's dumb. I don't want Google Play plugins. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't get it then. All right. Well, let's... Yeah, I see. Everything in the assembly. That's dumb. All right. I want this. I want this. I don't really want the engine. But I think these two are the ones that I really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. And this is literally just one script. Okay. So... All right, let's do that then. Export package, not all scripts, but include dependencies. All right, export to documents, not insignia. I guess it's time to take this and put it here. Unpin this one. How do I unpin you? And then probably also Project Apollo. Why are these both here? Because that's inside of that. Well, let's unpin this one. And let's call this Archer. Arrowbound Archer. Into assets. Wait, did that just work? No, this was from before, right? But I can import everything here. See what happens. But then there'll be like a whole bunch of compile errors, I imagine. Anyway, we're going to make it work. Hey Kenjimaru, welcome. Okay. So from here, let's back out of that. Let's bring in our trajectory mapper on a game object. The script class cannot be found. Probably because I can't compile because of the errors. All right, well, let's go through here. Oh, we need trajectory. This might take a while doing it this way. Maybe it would be easier to literally just pull things over. Like contact, helpers, search, all of these scripts. I guess I could bring them over like trying to be clever. There's so much stuff here. Would I ever consider using a framework? Maybe, but depend on the project. No, I want all of these. I want them. I used to drink energy drinks. Now I just try to get more sleep. I'm not really a coffee drinker, no. I never was, that's the thing. Okay. So let's have a look. Trajectory mapper. I guess the problem here is that we just have like a bunch of like classes, right? Contact. A contact is a mono behavior. The contacts are in the level. So can I export just the level and everything that's in the level? But even then, like, maybe I don't want to do that. Here's what we need. We need... Will the level work if I bring everything over? I guess that's the question. Like, will this definitely work if I export this? Only one way to find out, right? But then this level has all the other levels as dependencies. That's not what I want. Yeah. True that. True that. Okay. Then maybe we do start with Arrowbound and strip it back rather than build up from nothing. Maybe that's just the way to do it. Unless I want to start from scratch. I mostly trust what I wrote. Maybe now is a good time to create modules. Like assemblies. I definitely want team from scratch. Yeah. it feels so wrong to do that though, given how much I've got. Like, I've got so much good stuff here. Like, for example, in this game, I have this thing called a trajectory mapper that serves as the basis for the whole game, where as I'm dragging, it can figure out exactly where the character's going to go. And it's not figuring out, it's determining where the character's going to go. It's actually, this is the game's physics system. So the character will follow that line as like, that is what it does. So everything in the game is predetermined from before you even let go. Now, maybe the new game won't be able to take advantage of that, but it means I could do a whole bunch of stuff. Like if you just miss, I can slow the game down in advance. I know that the game's going to have like a slowdown because I know the trajectory passes just by a collider and then misses. So again, here it's like, right? Little things like that. And all of how I do that whole like solution. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I want to do. So the thing is, like, I don't know what its dependencies are until I go and try to take it. Like trajectory mapper is the script, but then all of the scripts that it touches, searched solution, contact, is there a way for me to grab that? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I want to take that solution mapper, at least. And then like some basic character that I can use that uses it. So like, do I have like, yeah, like the problem is it's already written as if it's one character, like it's for a single player game. I think the only problem is at the time, like I wasn't very good at this stuff in terms of management. So I didn't build it as if it was a solution. I just built it. So it's just in a folder called scripts. But maybe I can try to just organize. Let's call it trajectory. And I might need a new project for this. Put this here, do this, lock this one, and then do it this way. I hate trying to drag stuff around. And then I hate that this happens every time you want to move something. So at least I have a thing called contact, which is good. So contact goes in trajectory. Yeah. Let me just grab what I know I'm going to need. Probably convex hull, I think. Yep. Create a compile error. That's a smart idea. Yeah, so that it won't try to recompile every time. Smart. Okay. Searched solution definitely will be there. I don't know if this is going to need screen at all. Doesn't look like it. That's good. I don't think we need these. We don't need these. So let's go look again. Animation, automation. Automation plays the game. I don't think we need it. Contact foliage, creature, deer tally, draw background, die handler, end screen fader, nope. Game camera, game time, drag handler, guide. We don't need. Helpers we probably do need, but that's for later. I'll drag it over before. Dish home, menu merchant, new item indicator, notification, object pool, render texture manager, reset switch, resolution, save data, sorting layer, handler, toggler. No. Trajectory, of course, but that's already here, isn't it? Nope. Okay. Well, that's an important one. Okay. So let's unlock this and close this and look at what we've got. Okay. Lots of waiting. Cool. So let's see what fails. 23. Okay, so lots of stuff about Archer and gen trajectory. Don't know what that's for. I don't think we need solution. It seems pretty important. But actually, this thing just has a thing called compute trajectory. I don't think we actually need the script to do all the things that it can do. So actually, we probably could afford to trajectory mapper. Actually, just remove the dependencies of the things that we think we otherwise might need. So we don't want that. And then base position, we use that quite a lot. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. Hey, Justice Shot. That's not what we're trying to do. This is like, we're migrating a script from an old project into a new project, and we're trying to figure out which bits we need. So I've built that solution. and it works exactly how I want it to. It's just because I'm migrating it, I don't know how many of the dependencies I might need. Maybe we need, like, instead of archer here, we can have a thing called like target or like subject. Let's proceed with that. And then we need helpers. Big fan of this script. Okay. Then we have this like max speed and min speed. So it looks like we will need archer to be some sort of like character. Maybe I'll call a thing like fling character. And then we'll bring over archer, which will be very painful, but I think we need to at a certain point. Okay, so this is just the part that can get controlled, basically. So I'm just gonna rip this apart until all I've got left is, well, I'll comment it out. The name of the project is /core. It's a brand new project. These will be interesting. Check for collisions. Get clip meta. Okay. I just wanted to satisfy a curiosity of mine, I suppose. Direction. I don't think we need this anymore. See you later. I think actually this is fine. It's more this line that we don't want. What was the curiosity? I have a game that I want to make one day, or that I thought could be easy to make, and I want to see how easy it is to make it, pretty much. If we're not in flight, and we're not paused, and we're not in the menu. So here's where we would go bool is paused. Equals false. And then not is paused becomes that. And then I take this away, I take this away. And then we do the same thing here. That. Yep. Get air sprite can all just be commented out for now. It shouldn't be called that either. It should be called set air sprite. If it's going to be a thing that doesn't have a return value, that should be called set grounded sprite. Just do all of that. Face velocity. Let's ignore that for now. Ignore that. Getting there. Wait, what did I do here? I didn't quite get right. Volume. Don't need that. Okay. Teleport to point. This has a bit of a shaking thing. Teleport to point. Nah, not really. Shake val. Highest airborne pause. Why are we teleporting to point? I suppose it doesn't matter. Either way, we could just take this and whoop, do that, and take this and do that. Almost done. So animate landing we don't need. And then play landing particles we don't need as well. Okay. Everything else somehow technically is not going to cause an error. All right, gen trajectory is in solution, and trajectory mapper has references to solution. But if we take away those, maybe we can get through here without it. And then Archer here is a fling character, and it's going to have a thing called position fling character, which is going to have I mean, yes. Okay. Hey, Booyah. A clinker. All right, one sec. Clinkers. I need like flashing lights while this is happening. You said yellow? Oh, it's actually yellow. Congratulations. Big, big gamble. So we're going to Klinko rewards. I think this is my file. So booyah. Do you know what you want? An old lady that says booyah at some point is what you've got so far. Anything new on there, or do you want to just like tack it on as like a 2x? How are you thinking? It's a 1 in 3. All right. You've already got 3 undecideds, so I'll add 1 below. Yeah, I'm definitely tired of consuming clinkers, but I don't think there are any other 1 in 3 odds based chocolates. So I don't know. Alrighty, where are we? So solution, on draw gizmos, solutions. Oh, I see. So this was for when the trajectory mapper at one point was able to, well, it still technically is able to show you like multiple solutions. I wouldn't be averse to splitting that out into its own class that's separate of like auto mapper or something like that. And I don't know. I don't know why this exists. Let's get rid of that. I don't know how much of this is the old system. I don't know what about this either. That's fine. Get out of there. Get out of there. Technically, it doesn't really matter since it's not like a platformer anymore. The whole like solutions thing is probably not that big of a deal. Oh, this is going to come up quite nicely. Plot, draw, save. Okay. And then I can remove solution and probably search solution as well. Only 4 bugs. What? So game time is one that I quite like, but I think I want to bring in game time from Insignia, not game time from Arrowbound. So close. Oh. Are we compiling? Circular contact. Why do I have these? Whoa! This is from, like, Remember Apollo. We don't even need that. Get out of here. We have a game. Technically possible. Okay. So nothing's going to work. Just be mindful. But hypothetically, this is all we really need. You were totally right about the physics thing, though. Like all this stuff. Layer collision matrix, and then like the layers themselves. It's quite annoying that I didn't bring these over. But the project settings, these are all saved, aren't they? Like I could bring the project settings over, right? From this. And then go to here. And then just paste it. And then I don't have the layers. Sorting layers. No, that didn't work. Aww. Does it not do a thing? Does that not live there? Project settings? Layers have their own file. Oh, a lot of the project settings did come across. But when I updated the tag like that, I don't think anything happened. Oh. Tag manager. Yeah. Which is under the folder project settings. So if we go to Apollo assets, above that is a thing called project settings. I guess I want to copy this in its entirety. Go to the equivalent here, delete this and paste it. I started this today. This is brand new. This shirt is too small for me. But I like it. It is the same Unity version. I made them in the same Unity version. 2022.3.62 F3. I don't know if it'll be okay, but it should. What will it be? It's a local fighting game. Think Towerfall. Like that. But it just uses the analog stick. It seems to be hung importing assets. I think it can work. No, I'm not planning for it to be online. If you want to be involved in the project, I'd be happy for you to jump in. We can make it an online game. I was thinking actually that I might not be the best person to build this game all the way to release. I'd love to design the game. I'd love for it to be local, but I don't want to like maintain servers. I don't know how to do online multiplayer. So, I mean, if you want to help, I wouldn't mind splitting it. I'll do all the art. I'll do all the design. We could use our sound effect artists on Insignia to help with the sound and music. If you want to support it, that's fine by me. And I don't need to like, I think on this project, it would be great if it could be like a revenue stream for Insignia or whatever, but like that's not my primary thing. A lot of it is just that I want to be able to put my name on something that's out and is not and takes less time to create than Insignia. If I close this, if I just quit the process, it should try to re-import when it opens up, right? It should be fine. Let's close both of them. No, it's not cancelled. You can do more than one game at the same time. I just think like it would be cool in like a, you know, rising tide raises all ships kind of thing. This project is using the new Unity input system, but the native platform backends for the new input system are not enabled in the play settings. This means that no input from native devices will come through. Do you want to re-enable the backends? Yes. What inspired me to start a new game? Honestly, being at a game festival recently and seeing a bunch of games that my friends made that were couch co-op and feeling like that's something that I'd like to be a part of. Like a lot of, in Sydney, where I come from, the incentives around video games, in terms of like government grant funding and just like local events, the scene is has like a quite short life cycle. So like new games come out, and you only really get like a chance of like a year or two to like make a game, announce it, promote it, release it, and have people care about it, at least locally. Or unless it's getting a new update or something. So for me, I've felt for a long time, like with Insignia, there's a bit of this like, not confusion, but like distance, where it's like, okay, I'm working on Insignia. Everyone knows me as the guy working on Insignia and who made the YouTube channel. But like, I don't come to like events with a new game, even in like a throwaway game, like just something that I made. It's very rare that I get to do that. So that's kind of this sense that like, oh, like I could, you know, wouldn't it be nice to just like bring a cute game that I made that was fun, that my nieces and nephew, like I've got a niece who is 12, who was 3 when I started Insignia, 2 or 3. And she's like lived her whole life, and I've like released 1 mobile game. And now she's also got 3 siblings. There's 4 of them. They play Smash Brothers. I'd love to bring a game over and have them play it. You know what I mean? Because I make games. It's just that like time takes, like games take so long to make that like they don't know me as a game developer that way, because in their world 5 years is a lifetime, and I haven't released anything in 5 years. It's just like stuff like that where I go, hang on, I don't want to like lose out on this time. You know, I don't want to like be so live my life on one wavelength in serial when I could be doing some stuff in parallel. I can still like live my life and have fun and do other things, even with Insignia there. You know, it doesn't mean I have to do nothing else until Insignia is finished. I think it's a healthy mindset. And it's not to say that I like, you know, of course I have to be responsible for Insignia and be smart and all that stuff, but you know. All right, so character and terrain. Like if I call this a contact, that's fine. And then I can remove character. I can create a game object and call it Archer. And then I can give it a fling character. And then I can make a new game object and call that trajectory mapper. And I can give this mapper. And does the mapper ever have a transform.position that it cares about? No, but it does have a thing called target, which is a contact. Target equals. Okay. So let's ignore that for now. Let's put the trajectory mapper under the archer so that every character has their own trajectory mapper. And we will need a empty object here called a collider. Whoop. Now, I don't think that I actually made it so that they have colliders. If I go into the Project Apollo project, I don't know why it thinks that I haven't saved it in the current version, because it is saved in the current version. Unless I think I discarded the settings in Git. Have you considered taking one of your previously completed game jams and polishing it up for Steam? That's kind of what Arrowbound is. I mean, like, I'd love to release that on Steam. It's just, I think it would need to change significantly. And that's kind of, this is where we are. So Archer here has a box collider, and the question is, what is the purpose of the box collider? Oh, we use the friction and the bounciness. of the collider to determine the physics properties. That's it? We don't use the shape? Okay. In any case, create empty sprite renderer. Okay, and it's on the player layer, the collider and the rigid body. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't like that practice. Instead, I'll call this fling character and put the rigid body on this. Collider goes there. I don't know what this curve and gravity thing does, so let's go find out. Oh, it's for the bow. And I don't know what gravity pull is. Looks kind of useless. Don't need that right now. I didn't do Ludum Dare, no. I was at a game festival on that weekend. Okay, that should work, technically. Let's double check the rigid body. I wish I could rearrange these. That's super annoying. So the box collider 2D is on Arrow, and it's a player. This should be on the player layer. It is not a trigger, it's a collider. Let's go in Explorer. Arrow. What just happened? Nope. Ah, wrong folder. No, it is here. Arrow Physics Material 2D in Assets. Ah, there it is. Okay. Well, for the collider, that's going to have this on it. I don't think that's important. But I do want to know if we're going to... I think it's a kinematic body. Kinematic, continuous, start awake, none. Kinematic, continuous, start awake, none. And is it simulated? Yes. That's it. Okay. What about constraints? Any constraints? Z. Good. Okay. Even if you're in a free collision, still got to have a collider and rigid body in case you want to use things like particles bouncing off it. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so failed to call on mouse down on class fling character. Calling the function on mouse down with no parameters, but the function requires one. Okay. Okay, yeah, these need to come from somewhere higher. One sec. Okay, so now we need the input system. Let's go grab that. Okay, so on game engine, I think it was called. On mouse, or was that game system? Okay. Add listener on pointer down. Okay. Ah, but this is input capture. Okay. What is pause manual input? Just some public boolean. Okay. Pointer events. So let's go find input capture and see how we use it. Okay, it's an object that lives on the camera with a box collider. Okay, that's actually really good because it means we could split the screen into halves and just have the input capture happen on the different halves if we want. So it's just the box collider and the script. That's it. Okay. It's pretty helpful. Right. So we need the world pause of the mouse, but that's okay because we can, for now, if this is single player, we still need to be able to determine the mouse position anyway. So public vector to mouse world pause is that. Yeah, exactly. Then we can get rid of this. No more dependency on you. Perfect. Now, I suppose the character would have an input. For now, since we're doing mouse related stuff, we'll use that as a dependency because that's just how we're interacting with the game. And we'll put that on its own game object for now. And that's our input. And then this gets a collider 2D. And then we're just going to fit it over the level. So 3.2, not like that. 3.2, 1.8. Oh, something happened. Okay. And then in this world, is it... I imagine it's a trigger, and I imagine it's on a special layer called input. Interaction, and it is a trigger. Okay. Something. Another Souls-like with 3D models, or what? Okay, no dragging. Cool. All right. If you have like a link, I'll check it out. Oh, okay. It didn't compile yet. Okay, good. Oh, that's really good. Input capture doesn't need this anymore. Clear that. I don't really understand why. Maybe because these are like special functions. We could just call them pointer. Okay. Silence of the Ancients. All right, let's check it out. That's interesting. Ooh, that's a really cool shader. Dude, the mouse sensitivity is so high. It's so Lies of P. Wait, where's the input tutorial again? Middle mouse. My PC's too good. Okay. Wow. Pretty impressive how you're able to make something that feels like a game in such a short amount of time. Are there iframes on the dodge roll this time? No. Still no iframes? He was just chilling out in the floor. That's the game dev, the curse. The curse of game jam balance is people always make them too hard. In a game jam, honestly, just make the game too easy. Because the thing is, if someone can't play your game, they can't rate it highly. Bro. Any flasks? Oops. Wow, you've got like so much stuff. Oh. The corridors are cool. I mean, it's got a very Souls-like vibe to it. There is a run. Can I like run and then jump? Oh, okay, I can just run over. Bro, I forgot what my inventory button was. I think I'm not in the mood to play this game at maximum concentration. How do I get out of... There we go. Alright, well, I'll just do that. Oh, I can literally just do this. Okay, well, that's good. Hey. Door does open from this side. Okie dokie. Intangible fungus. Yeah, this is Elzac's game. Pig carcass. A carcass for pigs. So is the shader just like over the whole screen and then you're just lerping it based on the depth shader? Like the depth pass? Hey. Oh, that's very clear, isn't it? Pig carcass, it's a carcass for pigs. The music's good. You downloaded this in a pack as well? Unlit shader hooked into Unity's lighting pass. Oh, cool. There's a lot more adventure in this game. Rosary key. Spooky sounds. I don't like it. Oh. The music got negative feedback? I mean, it's just atmospheric sound effects. Right? It's not like super... It's not bad. The sound, I would say, is the weakest part of the game. But in terms of like it being suitably atmospheric, I would say it's fine. It just doesn't have music, you know. It's just like there's just it for a game that has 3D models and everything else. It could probably have more, but I think it's, you know, it sets the tension. It's fine. I think people just like, this is what happens with video games, right? You set people's expectations based on the best thing in your game. So like, it doesn't matter if you're proud. As soon as you lift the presentation value up, you kind of invite people to criticize the weakest parts of the game. They'll always criticize the weakest part. Even if, you know, it was, for you, it's really impressive that you did a part like the combat or the platforming really well, people will be nitpicky about the parts that they can see could be better, which is not that helpful actually, because usually you know. You disable music in all games? That's pretty heinous. I don't think... Did I get a key item that I can now take to the place where all the evil men were? Yeah, I mean, what it goes to show is that it's not actually important what you make in terms of its the best parts of what you make. There it is. I got a glyph. Oh. What's important is how cohesive it is with all the other parts of what you made. You got a little wiener. He dead. What do I get for doing that? Nothing. Slap in the face. Maybe this is like where they're coming from or something like that. I don't know where to go next. I think I've been everywhere that I could think of going now. There's very much something in Jams. It says Swiggy things, where if an aspect is one of the voting categories, people are primed to think about how to rage it in that category and negatively think about it if it's not the main focus of the game, whereas they might have been fine with it if they weren't rating it in a jam. Oh, you're saying like the jam primes you to vote. If the jam says, what did you think about the sound, and you don't like the sound, you will feel negatively about it? Maybe I don't think I understood that properly. I think like, I mean, yeah, if you ask people about the sound, they're gonna tell you what they think about it. But I also think like an experience, voting aside, I really think that like an experience in a video game is, you know, it's like the weakest, it's judged by its weakest part. Because if something is like a throwaway kind of game, then you don't think too critically about it because you know it's not asking that much of you. Whereas if a game is like particularly good in some area, or in this case, like I'm being asked to judge this as if it was Bloodborne. Like the comparison is being made, whether or not, you know, it's fair to treat it that way. That's what I'm being asked to think of it as. Everything about this, I'm thinking, because of the writers, like the character has the clothes of like a Bloodborne character, and like the plague doctor's mask, like it just feels like Bloodborne. So my brain subconsciously is going, this is Bloodborne minus all of the things that I, you know, whatever. all of these things in these areas, which is again not particularly fair to the game as a jam that you would play and make in a week. But then comes the question of like, does anybody want to play Bloodborne if it was made in a week? That's kind of the hard critical thing to ask, because the answer is probably no. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a great jam entry. Like I obviously I've played enough games and understand, I made enough games to know how impressive this is. But for someone who like doesn't make games or doesn't play jams, doesn't do jams often, or doesn't understand much about games development, they might just look at this and go, "Eh." You know what I mean? Because of how close it is to Bloodborne. All right, I think I am officially stuck now. I think if I was you, my advice, or just in general, if I was me giving you advice, what I would say is, I would spend the next jam that you make, if you're going to continue this project, focus on combat. Or like focus on like one or two things that you can make feel really, really good, and make the whole thing just those things. The whole game is just, you know, whatever it is. Because I feel like this, right now, where you're going, where things are hurting you is you feel pressured to make a big space and to put a lot of like story progression points in it. So like you've got, you know, the things that you can find, like the inventory, for example. The fact that there is an inventory and you want to gate the player from going to A to B to C, that forces all of this constraint on the environment, all this like, you need to build all this stuff to make the game a game. But if none of that stuff is particularly fun, or in this case, because it's hard to fill that environment in a week, you have to use very limited graphics techniques. So in terms of stimulation, like I'm not getting a lot in terms of like the theme or the vibe. Like it's dark, so I can't feel excited or tense, or, you know, it's kind of, it's moody, but eventually the creepiness of it kind of wears off because I can't see anything, you know, like anytime. There's no like light and dark, it's just dark. And the Voronoi thing is, you know, it's not, is this gonna work? It's not bad, but like it's not a substitute for graphics, you know what I mean? So I feel like those compromises, if I was in your position, I would want to see what I could do to not have to make those compromises. I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Oh God. Like making a smaller game that does fewer things but does them right is, I think, probably, oh hello, probably better. Yeah. Oh, even, I mean, so much of what makes a Souls-like game good is recognition. It's being able to say, oh, like I'm here and I'm trying to go there, and oh, isn't it cool now that I find myself here? Like stuff like that is critical. And so here, like, there's not enough for me to feel that just yet. Yeah, the landmarks, that's what we're talking about. Not having the landmarks is really difficult. And again, it's not like you can't, it's not much you can do about it, you know. It is what it is, because you don't, you know, 7 days. So how do you compress a Souls-like game into 7 days? That's, I think, it's a unique challenge that, you know, it's a lot to take on. There's probably an answer, but I don't know if the min-maxed version of that, I don't know if that is fun. You know, I don't know what it is. It could be fun. Yeah, I mean, fun to do, for sure. And you've probably learned a ton as well, which is good. Wait, was it not here? Did I get confused? I thought that's where the door was. What the heck? How did I get so lost? That's a perfect example. At the entrance. Like entrance? Yeah. You should do the Souls version of stamina where if I have even a little bit left, I get the attack that I want and I go into debt, energy debt. I'd prefer that than to not know what the minimum is. Oh, it does? Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, and you're even showing the debt. Oh, I don't know why I wasn't seeing that. I think I just tried to swing and I didn't, because I didn't get an attack out of it. Where the hell am I going? Ruh-roh. Hey, Lollyverse. Welcome. I've had a few people say that to me recently. Like, hey, it's been a long time. Nice to see you. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh no! Oh, daylight savings. Yeah, that'd be it. So what did I get wrong? I just fell into like a spot I shouldn't have fallen into. This looks promising though. Oh, I literally like sequence broke myself. I boundary broke myself. Do 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 do. I want to play Final Fantasy VII. Oh. Oh, that's GG, is it? Whoa! No. Okay. Thanks for sharing. Tough. Not easy. But I really appreciate how much work was put into that. Cool, let's keep working. So, where was I? I was trying to figure out why we weren't getting the trajectory. That's right. So, no worries. My pleasure. I think I preferred your previous game, if I will be super honest. I thought the other one had a bit more structure to it in a way that I really liked, and diversity in enemy designs. But I appreciate the forward progress that you're making in like the rest of the adventure stuff. Oh, okay, cool. It actually is following the trajectory. It's doing it. So on pointer drag, compute trajectory, and then this velocity is minus direction, which is the position minus mouse down pause. Mouse down pause equals, okay. Let's have a look at this then. Debug.log. Okay, so it's not, the dragging isn't really happening. Click, drag, not really getting anything changing. I think if you're going to make an action game, it has to be, there are certain things that have to be in the game regarding feedback, anticipation. The rules of combat need to feel really like there's clarity. I think that's been the biggest issue so far for me. Like even just giving them health bars, I think would help me a lot. Just like, I know you're looking to not give the enemies health bars because you're trying to create anticipation or like tension. But honestly, the clarity I would get from having the health bars would make the game at least playable for me in a way where like I can tell what how much risk I can take. I can't play risk reward if I don't know how much health they have. And in other games, you might do that with like enemy animations. If you don't have health bars, you might show them getting beleaguered or like, sluggish if they've got low HP. But because your enemies don't have as much opportunity to react. Yeah. Yeah, just even knowing like this is their health, this is my health, I think is helpful. To take away UI, you have to replace it with something that's as good as UI. Okay, velocity is 0. That's why nothing's happening. Why is velocity 0? Is it because we didn't set a min speed and a max speed? Probably. Okay, what is Apollo's min speed and max speed? That's great. It means we're almost there. Apollo's min speed and max speed is 0.6, 1, and 4.75. Amazing. That's a good start. Hey, we did it. Perfect. It works. Okay, that's great. So now, did I decide to start from the ground up? I'm importing stuff from Arrowbound until I have something that is playable. So now I want the bouncing. So like the trajectory mapper. I don't know what this is here. This is sort of not right, is it? Well, right now it doesn't respond to, it doesn't bounce off of this thing. So that's not considered a contact at that point. Let's see what we have to do to make it a contact. Oh, maybe put it on the contact. Is it solution maybe? Nope. Well, in Arrowbound, these platforms are on the collider layer. That would make sense. Oh, something happened. And then it didn't happen. Do they have to be box colliders? This is a polygon collider. No, it doesn't look like it. Ray cast. Layer mask, name to layer, collider. Solution ray, name to layer, solution. So what is the distinction between collider and solution? Solution is this area. Collider is slightly below it. Interesting. So in this case, this would be collider, and then this would be like all solution, I guess. But they're not colliding, and it might be because of the collision matrix. Well, that's all good. So the character is player, and it has a collider, and that's also on player. But I have a feeling that the trajectory mapper doesn't care about that. If we do raycast hit 2D, it's saying, I think this says only this collider. Well, that's pretty straightforward. So I'm not sure what's the problem there. compute trajectory, compute trajectory, compute trajectory. And this returns a trajectory, and the trajectory has a list of colliders that it bounces with. So, I mean, I know it's not even calculating the bounce. So if we go to like bounces plus plus, even just, I think it might be minus minus actually. Level collider. Okay, I see. Oh, I see. Hey, boing, boing, boing. Perfect. Hooray. It works. Okay. So why doesn't it stop at solution? Because there's a contact component that I don't have. Nope. Okay. Level collider solution with a contact. Do we even need that? Ray dot collider dot get component contact. Nope. I might need a break in a sec. I think I've been sitting here too long. In any case, it seems like it doesn't really care about this compute trajectory, go through here, level collider. If remaining bounces is greater than 0, solve contact, compute trajectory again. If solution ray.collider is not null, then get component contact. What about you? Are you doing anything? We never do that. And it's just looking for something, a raycast to something with the name solution. Ah, but this is, yeah, it's on solution. And it's a box collider. That should be pretty straightforward. So nothing. I'm confused. Oh, do you know what? Because I've got this thing here. That's just a. Hey, we did it. Okay, so the way that I used to do it, I guess, is I would take this and I would take this terrain, put it under there, and move the collider slightly down below the solution. Except it kind of gets stuck in it, and I don't know why that happens. There might have been a specific collider size, maybe. Let's have a look at the character. I mean, he's pretty stuck in there. If I move him like up a little bit, that's the solution, that's the collider. Pretty. It's not a built-in, no. It's a purchased thing. Now, how big is that character collider? So if we look at our dude, his collider is actually really, well, it's a box collider. And it's 20 pixels. That's pretty big. Interesting that it like resolves the collision out. We could maybe try that. That doesn't seem to make a difference. Why does it, how does it know to like bounce out like that? I think there is some logic about like, okay, now that you've landed, pick the position that you were last not touching. I think it does something like that. There's this teleport to point moment that happens. And the point that we get teleported to is at this hitch to contact, get teleport position, get hitch position, a.transform.position. And before, I think I was calling this a.anchor position, which might have been slightly different from transform.position. Over here, I don't know what anchor position is, but let's go look for it. Okay, it just is transform position. But then there's like this closest dot transform dot position. I don't know what that is. Well, that doesn't seem super important to me. So then, are we doing all of this hitching? We'll find out. Excuse me, you're in the way. We are teleporting to a position, but that position currently is just the position of the character. If I put I hate doing that. Alt Control. Oh, okay. That actually just works. Cool. Anyway, teleporting to point plus. Yeah, okay. I think we need to recompile. They're the same. Whereas if I do it in Arrowbound, let's see what that does. What is AI navigation? Can that go away? Okay, so let's have a look. The values are different. $36.25. So why are they different? When we teleport to point, what value are we using? Higher pos. Well, was that a return to high ground? Hitch to contact. Teleport, get teleport position, contact, get hitch position. So we could have gotten this value here, but that's currently just the same thing as the actual transform position of the thing. Otherwise, get teleport position is get hitch position, which gets the same thing again. What the heck? Huh? They're the same value. That makes no sense. A transform position. A being, in this case, the archer. Archer. A transform position. Bro, I'm confused. I wonder if it's a script execution order question. Maybe previously one would happen first and then one fixed update later it would go back. Whereas now, if the other one is happening first, it already is at the position that it would want to be at. Oh, there is also this last safe position. No, that's different. And that just sets us to the position. Oh, if last safe pos y is greater than higher pos, then higher pos contact block vector. How do you keep your systems sustainable to work on? Modularity. Make sure that they do one job and that they don't rely on lots of other things unless they have to. Hey, Elzak. What are you thinking about? What made you say that? I mean, like, the singleton pattern can be part of it. It's mostly just like, honestly, the best thing you can do for your game. When we talk about spaghetti, we're talking about systems that are all intermingled, right? stuff that are touching each other in lots of different ways. But if you were able to take these things and separate them into separate circles that have specific touch points to other circles, now it's not complicated anymore. So it's literally just do this, just separate the things. Separation of concerns and single responsibility. They're called solid principles. They're the ones that people like to go by in software development. So it's basically like, when I define a class, what does it need to do? And a lot of that is to do with naming. Like if you give a class a clear name, then as you're working on it, you can say, does this thing that I'm writing in this function, does this thing belong here? Is it a part of this? Or is it something that some other class should be doing that involves this as a parameter, for example? Having those questions in mind is really, really, really important. When I built this game, I didn't know much about this stuff. I wasn't very good at it. But it's not bad. I was able to separate it pretty easily, but we're still figuring some stuff out. So, yeah, it looks like why is transformed opposition different from point, is my question. Thanks, Farolino. Let's have a look at the script execution order in Project Apollo. Just in case. Archer is after default time. That's a big, big, big giveaway. I thought that might have been the case. Still not good though. So if we go over to Project Apollo, is trajectory mapper before? No. I'm still not sure then. I'm trying to figure out what it was that I did that was so elegant that didn't require me to do anything here. That moment there, I don't understand why that happens. This distance, -125, -136. Point here is given from here, which gets this, which gets this. I mean, it's just transformed opposition. And even if it was this, it's still transformed opposition. So how can it be possible? How can that be that this vector 3 dot point is different? Well, we're looking for it here, right? We're in fixed update. We're looking to hitch to the contact. Hitch to contact says, are we teleporting? It's going to be false by default. So when we look at it here, hitch to contact, check for collisions calls it with C, with a contact here. That's the contact. So this is false, which means this checks this, this one, get hitch position with the contact. And then it says, okay, this is the teleport position. We're going to, oh no, this is the hitch position. So it's a.transform.position and A is our archer. So then how is it that when we teleport to position, we have a difference between transform position and point? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because we used transform.position of the archer to generate point. However, we then have transform position equals point. So I mean, there should be. This is like the reverse, right? The going backwards. Teleporting to point, blah, from. So again, the point is higher than the transform.position. But if I walk up this chain, wait, what? Why isn't this logging? It's virtual. Wait a second. There's another kind of contact, maybe. Hey, Neat Games. Surface contact has a hitch position. But that's the same thing. Anchor point.position.y. Let's have a look then in Arrowbound at the contact that we're looking at. This is a platform. It's got a solution, which is a surface contact. And it has an anchor, and the anchor is at this position above it. Ah, I see. Okay. So I literally placed a transform 20 pixels or 19 pixels up from where the contact point is, and I was like, use that. I feel like I could easily just say, move the player character 19 pixels upwards if we want them to land on the ground. Or unstick them, move in the opposite direction by 20 pixels. In this game, I think what we would want to do would be different depending on the kind of surface. I've got ideas for different kind of surfaces. So what we want to do here is in trajectory mapper, I mean, we're always going to need, I guess surface contact is the answer here. And so anchor point is not what we want here. It's well, actually what's interesting about this is that we don't have, there's no obvious answer here. I think we need to do some calculation. Like if I have an object that's supposed to be like a sticky box, and the player bounces onto it like this. I would want the player to be out to here by some amount of pixels. But if they come in from this way, I would want them to go out this way by some amount of pixels. I could just check the intersection and undo it. Like, is that not the easiest thing to do? Check the overlap between the boxes and then just unsnap them by that plus a little bit. And I feel like that's the most obvious thing to do in general. So maybe if we go to surface contact, I'm not sure what the snapping is for. I think we could just remove this and say get the character collider and our collider, calculate the bounds overlap and overlap them plus 2px. Just like that. What is directions? No, I don't want that. That is just Copilot in VS Code. It's just got in like an autocomplete mode. What is directions? Oh, this is interesting. That's extra code that I didn't expect. It's almost like I made a thing so that the surface can be like a down surface or a down and right surface. So the surface has directions. And then I'm saying, well, which direction are you allowed to get stuck on? I think that's like, I don't know if that's cool, if I still want that. I just want to know what the overlap is like in general. Is there no way to just check two boxes and unoverlap them? You know, you take this, and you say, you subtract the extremities. So this position and this position, this becomes whichever is the min between this and this, that's the distance. And then you add the distance. I guess that's what I would want to do. So in this case, this is exactly like how we did the map in Insignia. The question is, okay, so maybe I should start thinking about what this is. So we get the two bounds. Add So like, hang on. No, I think this should be okay. Are you sure? If you use box colliders, you can do from closest point. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure. I think the thing is, like in normal physics, you would have this problem where like, what happens if my character is moving, this is my character, and my character is moving so fast that they move from here to here in one frame. You need to like sort of step backwards to the previous and like almost do a raycast. And then you need to do like a correction. I don't know how they do it, but I understand that that's like a more complicated thing, particularly if you have rotation. But what I have is I have the path you've come from. So I just need to know, it can't be that complicated. Yeah, it's not that fast. But it's not even collision that I want to do. It's just like even looking at this. I already know I'm stopping at this point. It's just once I stop, what the heck? Did I do something? Oh, I'm doing it. It's in the wrong. Wait, which project is this? This is Project Apollo. Whoops. You stay there. Like that. All right. Thanks, Elzak. Circle collider? Why does it need that? Surface contact. Coal is a circle collider. Okay, that's stupid. That's because this is a different thing altogether. You know what? I think the problem here is that I want to be able to do arbitrary angles, like diagonals. I'm using a bounds check at the moment. So I think it would be better. Reminds you of cow chess. It's got some cow chess aspects about it, Debrisky. Are you from Australia? You're from Sydney? There are cow chess things, or just because I was describing cow chess a couple of weeks ago. One thing we could do is just say, hey, go get the position in your trajectory, the last position that wasn't inside of one of the devs is your teacher. Has he got a big bushy beard? Not big bushy beard, but he's got a bit of facial hair. I don't think he's a teacher. Maybe. Okay. Okay. I could do that. I could do that. If you want, yeah, I could do that. All right. So result is transform position. And then I would say is a... So I think the way I like to do is like just unstick yourself by rewinding your trajectory, which I've got saved anyway. So we can say a.trajectory. Okay, so like for this should be part of trajectory, I think. So I could say like public vector to get first position not colliding, and then I give you a collider 2D with a Boolean. Yeah, just like that. So then in surface contact, I actually think we just say return a.trajectory.get first position not colliding call. And then this, we go back here. This becomes collider 2D, not circle collider 2D. And this becomes just collider 2D. And I think we just do the same thing here. Oh, I see. I think what happened is that it used to be that I have this get teleport position. This is really important because in Arrowbound, I needed to be able to literally just place you at a tile index. Because when you load the game, I can't just like tell you to rewind. So I know what I was doing. I know. That makes perfect sense. The game was tile based, right? So I have all these tiles, and when you save the game, I would say like, oh, you're at this tile, or like the last tile you connected with was this index, which has an anchor point of this position here. So I would always place the character at a specific anchor position so that I could be able to load the game and teleport the player to the anchor position. Otherwise, I have to like save your floating point position, which is a little complicated. So this would allow me to like standardize and quantize the places that the player could save the game at. That's why I had it as like a literal like extra like transform sitting above the thing. And these are all standard, just like 16 by 16 pixel blocks. Well, they were all based on the same prefab. So since the prefabs were all on a grid, the anchor positions were always essentially on a grid, just because of how they were placed in the scene. For this game, I think I still want to do colliders, but because it's not a game where we need to save the positions and serialize them, it's not a game with saves mid-fight. It doesn't really matter how we do this, which means I think it is okay to not have this teleport thing, except the only one other aspect is in Arrowbound, there's one other thing, which is if you fall off something and I like delete, like, you know, you died, now let's teleport you back to where you landed before. That also is useful to have the anchor position. Basically, a position where if I say this is the contact point I want to return to, where do I place you? Now, we could make like a general point here to say, no matter what, we could say if they're all boxes, the cardinal contacts are actually kind of cool, because if it's like a left contact or a right contact, left or right, I could say, well, the anchor position is always out here because this is the right edge centered plus the extra amount that I want. So I could always teleport you to a point, you know, relative to that. That works. What doesn't work is if I'm trying to do arbitrary shaped tiles. Like imagine a tile that looks like this. Well, now it's different. Now it's like I would have to say, well, this is a 45-degree normal, so like take the normal and go that way. I could do it based on normals, that's not a big deal, but I need to know where along the shape we're starting from in order to do that. And whether or not I want the tile set, and this is a stylistic thing, to be like Towerfall. Like this is an actual tile set, right? This is like 1 tile, 2 tiles, 3 tiles, or whatever. So 4 tiles, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we either have this like very blocky look, or we have a much more eccentric sort of irregular art style. And I think for Arrowbound, one thing that I actually think was a missed opportunity is not having at least 45-degree angles. The idea of like bouncing off, like if I want to attack you, you're here and I'm here. The idea of like bouncing off of this wall to hit you, or like bouncing myself down to ricochet 90 degrees, like 45 degrees back up at something. There's like geometry stuff that could be cool strategically in this game for combat. So with that said, I think I want to go for a solution that allows me to just figure out this, basically. And this is specifically for attaching to a collider, not just bouncing off of it. So I think this is probably fine. The only problem with this is this get hitch position is being used, I think, in a few different contexts. But I'm going to take a chance on it and see if it works. So first thing I'll do is I will take the anchor point and I'll give it an actual value. So I'll just say the anchor point's up here, just up here even, just to avoid that issue for now. And then I press play. Now that's going forwards. So we needed to use the backwards version, which is false in the parameter. That's going to check from the end backwards, not from the start forwards. And I need to, I think for some reason hot reload isn't doing its job. Yeah, a Boolean would be good. Okay, there we go. The only problem is it doesn't have like if you bounced more than once, for example, it doesn't know how far back to go. So instead we could say something like go forwards until you hit it and then go backwards. Might be the better way to do it. Except we don't know, it should be the last time that you hit it. So it should always be, wait, there should be I'm actually so surprised that I'm doing this, right? This is so silly. I think we can retool a lot of this. Like, what is this vertical upwards extra bit there? What is that? What's the purpose of that? It doesn't seem right. So that just needs to go. Let's create a little to-do here. We're running low on time. But we already probably do support angles. Let me try something. What? Oh, hang on. Yeah. It works. Wait, does it work? Yeah. Yeah, it works. It's great. So what am I looking at when I see this line? Is it a gizmo? You would think it would be, but I don't actually know. That is a gizmo. For the character, I'm drawing it. That's annoying. Okay, so draw. All right, I really do have to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. I put the trajectory is not a mono behavior, so I put the rendering of the trajectory on the character who owns it. Okay, we're back. Okay. So, where were we? We were looking at the gizmo for the trajectory, which if we are doing this, we probably want to... I actually had a little feature in Insignia, I still have it, that's like a general gizmo thing. So you just like subscribe your gizmo to this thing and say, hey, draw this thing that I want you to draw on your draw gizmos, which is always fun. In any case, it's not a big deal. So fling character on draw gizmos. Yeah, I really needed it for timeline objects because timeline clips you can't draw gizmos from the clips. So instead I had a singleton and I was saying, hey, draw this stuff. Yeah, it was very useful. So draw a line from collisions previous pause. This is one line, but this is the trajectory we're also drawing. So I want to just make sure that I'm drawing this here. And I want to make sure that this is a specific color. So gizmos.color equals, sure, whatever, that's fine. And I'm in the right project. Yes. Hello? Okay, good. But I don't love this extra green bit. Going straight up. What is that? So let's figure it out. What might be good when we draw this is to actually alternate the color. Why doesn't hot reload hotly? It feels like in Insignia, it's doing it all the time. Here, it's not. So, yeah, I mean, it adds like a bunch of extra time. But what's weird about it is that when it hits the solution, it knows to stop. So why it knows to stop, but it keeps going. I think at this point you just return the trajectory, right? Yeah. Okay, well that was easy. Wait, but it's still doing it. Is it the count? What is that? What is a target? See an aim. Thank you so much. Target is not null. And solution ray.collider.gameObject is target.gameObject. I don't think we even need targets at this point. No, but I'm just saying, why does the line have an extra vertical bit at the top at all? Do you know what I mean? I don't think we need this. Like, what is the extra bit? I don't remember I don't know if it was there on purpose at one point or if it's become like there. Look, it's gone. There's nothing like it. Oh, is this the problem? I added extra because it stopped early. So I should wait, but how does that work? Because you have to have done it's very fidgety, isn't it? What is the state of the character? Are they considered airborne? What if I take it off? They didn't hitch because they never touched it. So hitch to position. There's also, I think there's a problem. No, not the bouncing. There was like extra, like after the terminating bounce, it would go ding, ding, and then it would go like this, ding, ding, and then it would go up like that. It would just have extra at the end that I didn't want. Trying to get rid of this. We have some problems here that I'm realizing I need to think about a lot. One is like, are we ever going to do like anti-gravity stuff? And two is that this system has like limitations. There's like a terminal length for a trajectory because I only allow it to calculate for a certain amount of time and then I cancel it. So I don't think that we should allow that to happen. It doesn't feel right. Or at least if we do run out, we need to like calculate a new one or something like that. Also, this hitch to contact. Let's look at why we even need to check this. Like if we reach the end of the trajectory and the trajectory succeeded, why are we doing any kind of checks? So landed on fragment says contact.can hitch with this. And so what does that say? It's just true all the time. This is virtual though. So surface contact can hitch says, oh, I see. That's interesting. I don't know about that. And there are these very annoying little distance checks. That's weird. Point to segment. Why would we do this? When I could just say, just do that. No. We've still got so much value. It's not about, I wouldn't start this from scratch. But maybe we could have started from scratch. But I don't want to. Okay. Well, that's no good. Still counting. But it never did this. So is contact null? Dude, why does the hot reload not work? It's not reloading. Okay, no contact. Hey, Castasaurus. If trajectory dot succeeded yay. But so important, I don't want it to continue after it lands. So why does it think that it's going to bounce? Game Jam-esque, just for myself. Yeah, basically. Okay. So how does it know how many points? Positions.add range points. For each position in the queue, if we overlap with a collider, how often do we do this trajectory.add? Pretty often. Debug.log. But I guess it's got, oh, there's a thing about remaining bounces. I think here we just say, wait a second. There is a compute trajectory here where we send in how many bounces and it's recursive. So maybe because I'm allowing it to do extra bounces, there's an issue there. The problem is, what I don't understand is like, I guess if remaining bounces is greater than 0, there's a whole like ray collider bit and then an else solution bit. Maybe the solution bit needs to come first. And then an else for the ray bit. That's what I want it to do, yeah. There are other problems here though. Man. All right, I have an idea. All right. Still no good. What's this problem that you've got? Fixed update, check if airborne, hitch to contact. Because contact equals where do we set this? Is there any way to see like where this happened? I guess I could do this. But like, I want to check to see where a variable has been set. So often that's what I want to do. Wait, so I pass the contact in and then I allow that to be the thing that... What? Yeah, but the find references just tells you any time that it got set or checked or referenced at all. I want specifically yeah, local multiplayer in mind, that's right. Yeah, I want like specifically just set. Wait, so where was this one? This is in fling character, hitch to contact, at contact, where contact equals brief contact equals oh boy, this is getting complicated. I mean, it is this. Why is that wrong? And it didn't work with, it wasn't wrong with this. And then trajectory has a contact, right? No? We'll check for collisions has a contact. I mean, what even is this? Maybe... Oh, that's a good idea, Elzak. Hey, Lizzie Struck. Maybe I should rebuild this from scratch. It just feels like there's like a lot of stuff that maybe I don't need it at all. Maybe you're right. I mean, I don't think you'd be lying to me. I think it's more just like, I liked so much about how Arrowbound works, but I'm realizing a lot of the logic about why I built it the way that I did was pretty much fixed on it being a single player game. And I wonder if it would even matter, a lot of that stuff for it. Like, this stuff's just getting in the way a little bit, a lot of the decisions that I made. Even the idea of having there be like fixed trajectories. Like, why do I need that? I don't know. Maybe it's just better to just let the physics system take care of it. I know that it was in when I made Arrowbound, I know that it made way more sense to write it myself than to trust Unity. And I liked that about it. Yeah, there's a lot of good that comes from fixed trajectories. Maybe I just need to be more, I need to keep scrapping the stuff I don't care about. I'm almost there, I'm not that far. So I think there's just like so many, it's just me not having been a good programmer in 2020. So let's go back to like even like do airborne and then check finished airborne. It's just weird, man. Helpers, pointer segment, distance, stopped, landed on fragment, contact.canHitch, contact.canHitch. So why? All right, let's have a look. So it's null. I feel like the trajectory should have the contact, not the player. Even this, like, okay, I'm setting this to that, and then what am I hitching to? I don't even know what I'm hitching to. It should be like trajectory dot contact is what that should be. But then trajectory doesn't have one, so I don't even know what I was doing before. And then in trajectory mapper, like that. Yeah, like a raycast, you expect to get a collider out. The thing is, my trajectories are everything. They're an entire jump. Okay. So now this is the part that I'm trying to understand. Why is there this vertical jump? Why does it think it, I guess it should just do that, but in which case, okay. This get first position not colliding, could say that's true. And then it's the contact that we don't need to pass this in. Get last position before contact. I mean, to me, that makes perfect sense there. It's TPing to the furthest point because for some reason I allow it to continue bouncing. Maybe because it would be good to know if you were going to do that. So here, I'm curious, what is it about this? It says no contact. So it must be bouncing. That worked. That didn't work. So all of these successive trajectories, it actually thinks that it didn't collide with anything. That's really important. So succeeded equals true, succeeded equals false. Oh, it's this. It's landing back on the place you started from. I don't need that. That's fine. Found it. No, I literally had a check to say if you've already landed on this before, don't land on it again. I don't know what that is though. Almost. Almost there. That's weird and dumb. That's great. Why does it go so far back? $34 out of 88? Why does it think that 34 was the number? Was the previous one 34? No. I still think we should be checking for the solution before we check if we need to bounce. I don't get that at all. It feels... Can you read about it? Unfortunately not, but I can tell you very quickly. It's a local multiplayer fighting game where you fling back on the analog stick to shoot yourself at the opponent. And it looks something like Towerfall. So I'm still not sure. This else actually is crazy. I don't think we need an else. I think we just say if. Why would we do that? Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, it's not an insignia replacement. I don't. My pizza's about to get here. So I might actually have to run. They're really close. Do you know what it is? I figured it out. It's that the bounce, it's taking the index within the context of the bounce. So it's the index after the bounce that it's calculating. See how it's 3 right now? It's 3 lengths. 3 fixed deltas after the bounce is what it's calculating. So it needs to be like the total index. It's literally that is what it needs to be. Silly me. Dude, hot reload is really not running. I think it might be because we've got this open. Do you think? $79 out of 73. That doesn't make any sense, does it? I think it's succeeding multiple times, maybe. I have a feeling. Like, we probably... I know, Claude would be very helpful here, but I don't really want to use it. So I think we just need to say in fact, if only do it in that instance. Okay. Surprised that the side project is not in another engine and language? Well, Sometimes it's about what you know, just doing what you know. This is a concern for me, that there are lots of trajectories being calculated at the same time. Look at how many there are. So it's every bounce is considered its own thing, which is fine. I don't know why did I decide to make this recursive? That's, I think, what's making this hard for me. I don't think there's much of a reason to do that. Like, iterative, sure, but why recursive? All right, this is giving me a bit to think about. I might rewrite the solver here. It kind of makes sense, but like, I don't know. Because when I return, that's not like an exit. So it only returns when it bounces. But if it hits a solution, then it just goes, oh yeah, and then we succeeded. The end. But T, this needs to be like trajectory. What is T even in this context? T equals. I don't even know what T is. T dot positions. What is T? T is the trajectory. But that's different from capital, from the word trajectory. Well, we're getting there. The problem is we have to, for some reason, we're not getting the check if we didn't succeed, but succeeded is true at this point. Are these sub-trajectories? No, that's the big one that's already been passed in. I see. Well, then it should be really straightforward, right? At this point here. And then success index is here. If succeeded, return success index -1. And success index only happens in this one instance if it didn't already succeed. I don't understand what the problem is. Yeah, I mean, I've written this in a way that is not standard. For me, like, contact is a noun for when two things hit each other, but I've got contact as being a physical object that you make a contact with. Yeah, this is bad because it's already got all of these are individual jumps. All right, I gotta go. I'll work on this tonight. Pals, this has been fun. We'll do some mock-ups next time, I think. We'll keep it more art focused. I gotta go. Who are we rating? If you're interested, you should wishlist Insignia on Steam. Just because that's my main bread and butter. We're going to raid Jackie Codes. Thanks, everyone. Next Friday, we'll do this again. Otherwise, we'll be working on Insignia in the meantime. Thank you so much for checking out the stream this week. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.